You've been subscribed here how long and you've never heard of DBT? We talk about it. We've talked about it before. Ubin's 6 months as a mod. Oh, time flies. Ubins, did you change your color? Did you change your username color? Like a dark green thing now? Or is it just my glasses? It's my glasses. They make everything look more yellow. Or more brown. Oh god. Flashbang. Well, I forgot to open the little program that manages my webcam. There we go. There we go. Tell us about dick butt therapy. DBT, dialectical behavioral therapy. It's what you get when you mash east and west in therapy form. Western therapies gave us things like cognitive behavioral therapy. Eastern practices gave us things like mindfulness. As far as success rates, DBT is pretty good. It's very regimented. It has a workbook. It's got like a whole program. There's individual therapy, there's group therapy. Very regimented. But one of the key components of DBT is mindfulness. Mindfulness. What does mindfulness mean to you? What comes to mind when you think of mindfulness? I know my answer, but I'm not telling till you tell me till you tell me yours. Being present, that's a good part of it. Awareness. See, you read my mind. That's what I was thinking. To me, mindfulness is just all about awareness. You've probably noticed that throughout the span of your life, there have been times where you've been more locked in, you've been more aware, you've been more... Scoot a little closer to the screen, see things a little clearer. To me, that's what mindfulness is all about, is just awareness. Now, when it comes to being present, what we're talking about is a increased awareness for the moment that you are in while you are in it. So how do you feel in this moment? Not how did you feel 5 minutes ago, not how will you feel later, not how will you feel yesterday. How do you feel right here, right now, in this moment? The more you can hone in on that, the more you start to realize that I can use this moment as a launching off point into the next moment. And that maybe I'm in a better place than I think I am. Maybe I have more options than I thought I did. Maybe things aren't as bad as I feared they were. And so while it sounds really simple and straightforward, mindfulness is actually a very powerful technique. And it can be a little bit trickier to learn than you might think. Goddamn, thank you for the 19 months. I hope you don't mind, I've got a mouth full of hot dog. Try to get my pre-stream glizzy. I needed my brain food. It's so hard. I feel like I've been trying for years to perfect being in the now. The good news is that you're very close. I want to share something that I think might be helpful to you. Especially if trying to be in the now is something that you've been actively trying to do. It might come as a surprise, but the last thing that you really need to do in order to find victory in this quest you've been on is to surrender. If you really want to find yourself just totally immersed in the moment that you're in, you have to surrender to it. And that can feel like defeat. That can feel like, because we're often so wired up, we're so resistant to those external forces of change. But it's just about going with the flow, letting the river carry you. Kind of like how if you're conscious and you're in a car crash, because you tense up, your injuries tend to be worse because you kind of like, you clench up. Whereas if you're asleep, your body doesn't clench up because you're not You know, you don't have that anticipatory fear. And so by going into it loosely, you don't meet as much resistance and it doesn't hurt as much. So you spend all of this time trying to pin down the moment. You spend all this time trying to be there, to just dial in on it. When in reality, all you need to do is just let it take you there. Let it take you away. How about we try something? Do you want to try something? All right. We're going to do something that can help you to feel more immersed in the moment by grounding yourself in your body. Being grounded in your body is another way to help to immerse yourself in the moment. If being in the moment, if existing in the moment was easy, more people would do it. It does have its challenges, but it's not as hard as you think it is. Alright, so in order to try this technique, we're going to take it from the beginning. This is what I do whenever I teach people how to do this. We always start with your favorite hand. Do you have a favorite hand? Maybe not your favorite. Maybe it's the one you use the most. Maybe it's the one you write with. Find that hand. Okay. Did you find it? All we're going to do is try to feel your hand from the inside. Sometimes it helps if you look at it, but just try to feel your hand from the inside. It doesn't take long before you start to feel something. So go ahead and try that for a moment. And if you feel something, let us know. What does it feel like? What does it feel like to feel your hand from the inside? Some people often tell me it feels like a kind of light tingle, or maybe like a sort of pressure. What does it feel like to feel your hand from the inside? The reason why I have people start with their hand is because you use your hand all the time. That thing is pretty much always doing something from the time you're awake until the time you go to bed. The hands stay busy. And so that's why I start with the hands, because it's easy to put yourself into your hand. It's an easy place to start with this exercise. Okay. So you can feel what your hand feels like from the inside. Now move it up your whole arm. Try to feel your whole arm from the elbow to your fingers. What you'll notice is that you can do that. Feel your whole forearm and your hand. If you can do your hand, you can do your arm. Do you see where I'm going with this? Do you see where I'm going this? Is anybody skipping ahead? I know some of you are probably skipping ahead, and that's good. I admire that. But you can see where we're going with this, right? If I can do my hand, if the hand is too much, if you tried to feel the inside of your hand from the inside, and that was too much, start with just a finger. You know, just start with your pointer finger. If you can do your whole arm, could you do both arms? And if you can do both arms, can you do your whole body? You see where we're going with this? Is that awareness our soul? There is a word for this, but we don't really have a great word for it in Western languages. The closest thing might be the idea of a soul. In other practices, in other cultures, they have words for this. The ones you might be most familiar with are ki or chi. That's what you're feeling. You are feeling that energy flow of nerve activity. Because that's how your nervous system works, is it continuously sends electrical pulses from your brain down through your nerves and back. And it does that consistently. This back and forth of electrical activity through your nervous system. And then depending on what you're doing or what you're feeling, that energy flow shifts. If you're working on something with your hands, there's more activity going on within your hands, your arms, and any other part that's related to that. One of the things you can do in meditation is to just play around with this. Just play around with that ability to feel your own energy flow. Anyway, that's just the beginning, so give that a try and then come back and talk to me about how come share your results. But what I described is essentially the beginning of a meditative practice that people will do in order to feel any number of feelings, really, but generally more grounded, more peaceful, more joyful. I've been doing yoga every day for almost a couple weeks now in the morning, and it really helps. There is something that, and I would actually advise caution in doing this on your own. This is something that's best done with someone who is familiar, who can teach you, but you can combine those two practices. You can combine that body awareness meditation with yoga to amplify the effect. But that's something that, it's called Kundalini Yoga, and it's referred to as the most potent form of yoga. I accidentally stumbled onto it myself, and then I didn't realize until later what it was, and it was like, oh yeah, it makes sense that you shouldn't just do that all willy-nilly. Because there are some parts of your body that don't like the increased level of awareness that you're capable of having in that part of the body. Now, ultimately, the long-term goal is to just clear up any resistances that you feel in that flow of energy so that you can feel it throughout your entire body, and it feels nice. But it can be tricky to get to that level, because there are, like I said, parts of your body that you would find an awareness of to be very uncomfortable. What? I know, it's kind of out there, but it's a thing. I'll give you an example. Your gag reflex. It would be uncomfortable to just be heightened awareness in your gag reflex. That wouldn't be fun. Just as an example. Yeah, that's why they say to proceed with caution and to only do it with guidance, because there's a study where they documented a college age person who was showing symptoms of psychosis. And they came to find out that they had been practicing Kundalini yoga on their own. How does that even happen? Well, it gives you some insight into how schizophrenia works, first and foremost. A person with schizophrenia, their neural activity looks different than a baseline person's would. It tends to be more flattened out, more evenly distributed. When it comes to, a baseline level of neural activity, you have these peaks and valleys. I'm oversimplifying this greatly, but just try to get that mental image. I have an infographic. I'd have to dig for it, but hold on, I'm gonna scroll. I'm gonna look for it. But while I do that, continue to ramble about it. So a person with schizophrenia tends to have a flattened out... Okay, here it is. Found it. Just had to do a little digging. Alright, so check this out. If you were to put your brain activity on a landscape, if you're in a very anxious or manic state, you're gonna have these very deep valleys and these very high peaks. And what happens is sometimes you have a hard time breaking out of a thought loop because it's just too deep, and you have a hard time getting back out of it. When you have a healthy brain activity, you're able to pull yourself out of a thought. Isn't this cool? Like, does this make sense? I'm happy to explain it. I just think this is really a really cool depiction of how our brains work. You want a healthy one? That's totally doable. The good news is that your brain isn't static, it's dynamic, it's constantly changing. It's actually changing right now as we speak. Old connections are falling away, new connections are being formed. And so what your role is to be a good gardener. Trim those branches that aren't working for you, the ones that aren't reaching the sun, the ones where all the leaves have fallen away. Just go ahead and snip those. Anyway, so back to this image. A person with schizophrenia, do you see how it's flattened out? One of the things that you'll notice in a person with schizophrenia, have any of you ever had a conversation with someone with schizophrenia? They're about 1% of the population, so you might have without even knowing it. But they do this really interesting thing called free association, in which their thoughts just flow too freely into one another. And so it makes it very difficult to maintain a line of thinking because they're just bouncing all over the place. And so how does this relate to what we were talking to earlier about mind-body awareness and Kundalini yoga? Well, when you practice increasing the level of awareness of certain parts of your body, it can change how your awareness operates. Your awareness might be a bit more divided between your thoughts and your body. It might make things a bit more free-flowing. It might make things a little bit less cohesive. If you've never talked to somebody with schizophrenia, I'll try to give you an example of what loose associations look like. I just kind of have to put myself in that headspace. Oh man, it's like your head is space when you really think about it, you know, because outer space, there's just so much space to it, right? It's like, what is space even about? It's like space. Space is the place. It's the place I want to be. But the... You'll just see them kind of like flowing from one thought into the next because they just kind of interrelate. It's almost like slam poetry sometimes. You'll notice that sometimes they just have a really hard time getting to the point. And that's kind of what it's all about. When you have a healthy, functioning brain, you're able to get to the point, and you don't feel like I am stuck in that point. Whereas if we're feeling a little bit too anxious, a little bit too manic, we might find ourselves getting stuck on a thought. A thought might just occupy our mind and keep us trapped for extended periods of time. And that's no good. Anyway, isn't the brain cool? gonna say, yeah, I love the brain, but then I remembered my brain. Okay. That you're not the only one to have that thought today. So first off, let's just go ahead and recognize that that's a human thought to have. My brain's no good. My brain's just too messed up. My brain doesn't work. If your brain got to where it is right now, your brain can go somewhere different. You're not locked in. We're talking about a fantastic piece of hardware. 3.5 pounds of electrified jelly. Trillions of interconnected cells. If you feel like you're stuck, that's where I would get started, is breaking away from that idea, that belief that I am stuck. I'm always going to be this way. This is just how my brain is. It doesn't have to be. But that belief can be very powerful, and it can really just determine the course of your entire life if you allow it. When in truth, you can be anybody that you want to be. Kind of like how I was talking earlier about being a good gardener for your brain. When you start to recognize those bad roots, cut them away. You notice those bad little branches? Go ahead and snip those off. Anything you don't need, you can let go of. And you know what's really funny? I don't know if it's funny, but I think it's interesting. I think it's kind of funny. You might be thinking, okay, well, how do I do that? How do I do that? How do I snip branches within my mind? You do that by meditating. You do that by sitting and thinking about it. Had something stuck in my throat, had me sounding like RFK Jr. Meditate on it. Visualize it as if it was an actual branch. Whatever that line of thinking is, that little bit of self-doubt, that thought you haven't been able to let go of, that little bit of guilt or remorse or a grudge, whatever it might be, whatever's eating at you, visualize it. Visualize yourself cutting the connection. That doesn't mean it's going to go away right then and there, but it means that the process of letting it go has begun. Do they even perform lobotomies nowadays? Yeah, it's called marijuana. The herbal lobotomy. I'm not anti-herbal lobotomy. I've been known to do it myself here and again. But no, we have ways of incapacitating ourselves so that we don't have to think too hard about the state of the world we're in. What I found also helps is recognizing that a lot of what you might be struggling with has nothing to do with you. Like, oh no, I'm 30 and I don't own my own home and I don't have a well-paying job and I feel like I've failed because I was supposed to have all this figured out. It's like, it's not the way the system actually works. That's just the lie that they sold you to get you to be a good little cog. Go ahead and grind those gears, monkey. But if there's anything I've known, it's that ape together strong. That we can break free from our shackles. We can overthrow the oppressors by coming together. Yeah, if you ever wonder why your brain doesn't feel good, it's like, have you ever considered that you live in a system that was not designed to make you feel good? I shouldn't be doing that, but I'm numbing out even more after my first relationship than I was before it. Not with weed, but different methods of avoidance. What is it that you're looking to try to do? What is it that you're wanting to do to kind of bounce back after that relationship? Let's see what we got in this question box. Are we doing questions today? We got the question box open. Although right now, somebody's just been sticking random stuff in there. Just little used receipts and bits of paper. If AI bad, why can AI do this? AI bad because AI kill planet. And human need planet. Human need planet real bad. Also, AI spy on you. AI steal information. AI replace you, but AI not pay you. AI make water taste like poo-poo. I don't like the fingers. That's disturbing. Yeah, when they do that part, that's wrong. Anyway, whenever I'm out in living in the woods, foraging for berries and roots, I'll be thinking about this video. I'm beginning to enjoy cats more in life. Cats are great. Because cats don't take shit. Cats are good at setting boundaries. Like, having a dog will teach you patience. Having a cat will teach you boundaries. Besides, think of all the cats that are getting put out of work if we replace them with AI. Next time you're high and have the munchies, hear me out. Chocolate, ice cream, and Cheez-Its. Trust. That's gonna be a no from me, dog. Have you played Disco Elysium? It's my favorite game, mainly because of all the commie stuff, writing, art, etc. Hey, be careful with that. They're gonna throw us in a camp. Imagine we all get thrown in a camp and we're in the same bunk. Wouldn't that be fun? Trying to get me put on a list? I'm American. I'm not allowed to say nice things about communism. That's a big no-no. I'm not allowed. That's a big no-no. Too many very wealthy people have paid a lot of good money to brainwash people to have a violent reaction to the words socialism and communism. But no, I haven't played Disco Elysium, but I've had it recommended to me before. I was told that I would enjoy it, so I'll have to give it a try. I'll have to give it a try. I just took a massive shit. Nice. Love that for you. In that chart you showed a few minutes ago, the one that shows the difference in the thought patterns between schizophrenic versus normal versus OCD brains, what do the high unstable peaks mean, assuming the deep stable valleys are thoughts getting stuck? Those could be thoughts that you desperately try to avoid. Those could be... There are probably some no-go zones in your brain. Most brains have them. Most brains have those things like, I don't want to think about that. I don't want to talk about that. It's going to get me too worked up. It's going to make me feel unbalanced. And so that's what I would view that representation as. Like the thoughts that you are actively trying to avoid. Like if you're in a manic state and you're spending all of your money, you don't want to think about like, wow, this is really gonna hurt me in the long run. This is really gonna suck. This mess that I'm making is gonna be really hard to clean up. Don't want to think about that. Can't think about that. And so when your brain is in that type of place, it's like there are places in your mind that you just will not go. I'm just not in the right state of mind to hear that right now. You know what I mean? Interesting to think about your brain that way. One other thing that I wanted to add is that these types of dynamics could vary depending on where at in your brain you're looking at. You could have certain things that you tend to loop on. Like even with like a schizophrenic person, for example, like I've met many schizophrenics who will get stuck in a thought loop. They'll just sit there and repeat things for hours at a time sometimes. And so a person might have a sort of flat, energetic landscape in their mind, but it doesn't mean that they don't still have peaks and valleys. So just think of this as a way to think about it rather than some sort of hard rule about how the brain works. You know what I mean? This is just a way to think about thinking. I think it's funny there aren't really any burning of books anymore. It happens if you're in the South. They love to burn a good book every now and again. We're still burning books, just not as many as before. Shitty thoughts suck. Yes, they do. But even though they hurt, they can't kill you. We avoid shitty thoughts, we try not to think about them, and we do that with the same level of intensity that we would if we were trying to avoid something that was putting us in mortal danger. We avoid those thoughts with the same sense of urgency of, oh my god, that guy's got a knife, he's coming right for me. But in reality, that's not the case. A thought can't kill you. A thought can hurt, but that will pass. And so the way to process those types of thoughts is not to try to avoid them or to try to forget them, but to think your way through them. Like, wow, where did that come from? Isn't it so interesting that my mind can come up with those sorts of things? I know that this isn't in line with my true self, my true values and virtues. Perhaps this is merely a reflection of my self-doubt. Something that we say here from time to time, sometimes the only way out is through. And so to get over a thought, especially one that's been bothersome to you, is not to avoid it, not to try to forget it, because it's still going to be there. It's not going anywhere until you change your relationship with it. As long as your brain registers that thought as a danger to you, because that's what it's doing, it's treating it as if this is something that could hurt me, you're never going to forget it. Your brain remembers those things more intently than it does almost anything else. Pain creates some of the longest lasting and strongest memories in our mind because it's directly tied into our survival. Are most mental disorders the brain weaponizing neuroplasticity against itself? Think of it like you're trying to fix a house and you notice that there's a leak. It's like, okay, there's a leak. What do I do? Well, I guess I could put a bucket under it and catch the water. Okay, well, that's a temporary fix, but now what? All right, I guess I can turn the water off and maybe look around and see where the leak has gotten to. And you start peeling away the walls. You start looking underneath the surface and you're like, oh God, this water damage. Oh my God, this goes deep. That's kind of what it's like dealing with something mentally. You can feel that something's off, and you start to look at it and you're like, oh my God, this is worse than I thought it was. Because that's always how it feels. You gotta pop the hood, you gotta look underneath and see what's going on. And it's always gonna feel like, oh my God, this is really bad. It doesn't always mean that though. It just gives you that impression. Like when you open the oven and it blasts you in the face with a load of steam, you're like, oh my God. Gets me every time. I would say that mental disorders are when you try to ignore that leak. You try to forget that it's there, and the damage just continues to happen until next thing you know, the floor falls out from underneath you because all of the wood has rotted away. Taking good care of yourself mentally is like taking care of a house. If there's something going on and it's compromising the overall structure, sometimes you gotta get your hands dirty. Sometimes you gotta put in a little bit of work so that things can be more stable. So that you can feel content and peaceful. I've been doing a lot of home repairs lately, so that's why all of my metaphors are house repair. I've been over at Grandma's house. That's why I haven't been here. I haven't been streaming, because I've been going over to Grandma's house helping to redo the bathroom. But anyway, I think that makes sense, even if you've never fixed a bathroom. Can a person first experiencing bipolar symptoms be aware of them? Could be. Could be. Can people without bipolar be in manic states? By definition, no. And I'll elaborate here in a moment. Is it possible some people have bipolar disorder, but it isn't noticeable? Good question. Alright, I'm going to answer these questions, but I'm going to answer them in a different order than how you asked them. So, first off, is it possible that some people have bipolar disorder, but it isn't noticeable? Probably not. And allow me to explain. Most people have those ups and downs as a normal part of human life. Sometimes you have things going really well and you feel really energized and it feels like the world is at my fingertips and I've got so many possibilities and you're just really riding high. And then maybe other times things are a bit more depressive, a bit more down, a bit more somber. Maybe you lost somebody, maybe you had major life changes. That's normal across the span of life. When that variance becomes a major disruptor to your life, like you go down so low, you get so down that it becomes hard to get out of it and it starts to affect your life negatively. Or you get so highly elevated that you're actually a risk to yourself because you're just throwing money away or selling your belongings, or you're going to move across move 1,000 miles away, and, that's where the line is drawn between the average human experience and this is a mental condition. When it starts to cause major disruptions in your life. So I guess what I would say is anyone can have those moments of polarity. You can have the high moments in your life. You can have the low moments in your life. That's totally normal. But whenever those moments cause a high amount of distress, they cause a lot of upheaval in your life, that's when you would start to look at, is this could be bipolar disorder. Does that make sense? Mental disorders make way more sense when you realize that many of the things that happen in a mental disorder are things that happen to normal people all the time. They're just way more intense, way more disruptive. Your entire understanding of mental health will shift once you realize that. So to answer your other question, can people without bipolar be in manic states? You could be in what they would call a hypomania, which is it's a little bit less than a full-blown manic episode. The reason why a person could not be in a manic episode without bipolar is because having a manic episode has a strict set of a definition. It's very clearly defined per the DSM. A manic episode involves a hospitalization due to the intensity of the manic episode. You know, these are those moments where it's like you got picked up off the street because you were walking down talking about that you're the second coming and you're here to save the world. Or maybe, you know, a friend or a family member dropped you off at the hospital because you were trying to empty out your bank account and you were just gonna walk out of the house. No plan, no shoes, you're just ready to go. I actually worked with a couple of people. They were both younger, and they both had bipolar disorder, and at one point or another, both of them just decided that they were just gonna leave. They're just gonna leave out of their home. One of them did it a couple times, and one time she said she left without her shoes on. She just... You just get up and just start walking one day, several hundred miles. One guy I knew, he made it all the way from the Midwest all the way out to California. And in the time that he took to walk there, because he was going to go meet his juggalo girlfriend, she had lost her home, and I guess they got evicted. And so they were... He walked all the way across the country to go be homeless on Venice Beach, which... I told him, like, nobody can say that you haven't been living life. Sounds like quite the adventure. So, can a person first experiencing bipolar symptoms be aware of them? Yes. Oftentimes people are aware of the shift, but what that awareness entails can be different. Some people might notice that they're feeling good, but they don't want it to stop, or they don't view it as a problem. That's often one of the barriers when it comes to treating somebody with bipolar, is that they don't view their mania as a problem. They think it's awesome. Everything that they think feels like, this is the greatest idea I've ever had, and I need to do this right now. I need to sell all my clothes. I need to go out to Hollywood. I'm gonna go be a movie star. Vernick, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you. So yeah, bipolar is interesting. Bipolar is interesting. There's a lot of misunderstanding and misconceptions surrounding bipolar, just like there are for every other diagnosis. Which is why I think it's so important to help people understand that a diagnosis is just a diagnostic label. And if you've ever been assigned a diagnostic label, it doesn't mean that you're stuck that way or that you're going to be that way forever. It could just be describing a particular set of circumstances or a particular stage of your life. I've just seen far too many people get a diagnosis like bipolar disorder and then turn it into some sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. Because those types of labels, they can be very stigmatizing. And what really gets me, this is something that I just am endlessly frustrated with. I've talked to so many people about their diagnosis, and I've asked them, like, when your doctor gave you this diagnosis, did they tell you what that meant? Did they tell you anything about the diagnosis? And do you know what they often tell me? No. I don't know what that means. How long were you diagnosed with this? It's been 10 years now, and no one's ever explained it to you. No. Do you see where the problem is? You've got so many people who are just slapped with a diagnostic label. They're never taught what that diagnostic label actually means. They just look at it as, oh, I have got some sort of disease. So I'll just take pills every day like I would if I had a heart condition or something. Anyway, just one of the things that pisses me off. I think it's because there's just not a lot of money to be made in empowering people to become more self-actualized. There's just not money to be made in helping people to become better self-healers. I have some major concerns with the current state of the mental health care system because a lot of what's going on is capitalism selling a cure for the problems that capitalism creates. A lot of people going into therapy because they feel anxious. Why do they feel anxious? Well, you feel that pressure. Anyway, where I'm getting at with all of this is it's important to recognize how much of why we suffer can be traced back directly to systemic conditions. But too often, people are made to feel as if there's something wrong with you, then it's your fault. If you're depressed, if you're anxious, it's on you. There's something wrong with your brain, and you need to, you know what I mean? And I just think that's one more thing before we move on is when I was in school learning how to be a therapist, one of the things that they would reiterate is that there are some things that cannot be treated. There are some things that can only be managed. I'm just not a fan of that mindset. Just because we haven't found a cure for something yet does not mean that a cure does not exist. And I think that having that mindset, especially when your goal is to treat as many people as possible, it's a self-defeating mindset. But I want the cure. It's already inside of you. You have all the tools that you need. You just need somebody to help you figure out how to use them. That's what I'm here for. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. This is where solidarity can really serve as a boon. Coming together with people in your community can be tremendous for your mental health. Getting to know your neighbors can go a long way. Stroop! Thanks for the 18 months. Stroop, Stroop, Stroop! I don't know, I feel like that's downplaying the work I'm putting in. I go to therapy every week, but nothing is getting better, and my brain keeps saying I'm not doing enough. Well, there's your problem. The part of your brain that's telling you that you're not doing enough. You're doing everything you can. If you're trying to grow an apple and you've got an apple tree in the backyard and it needs time to grow and make an apple, going out there and demanding apples from it is not going to get you apples. You got to give it time. But the brain says, no, I'm not. How to stop? Consider the alternative. Recognize that there's a choice in that thought pathway. You don't have to go down the path of agreement with that thought. You don't have to, whenever your brain pops up with a thought, hey, you're not doing enough. You don't have to agree with it. You could question it. Why do I feel that way? You can look back and say, well, I've come this far. I'm trying my best. What you're recognizing in that is what you're trying to solve. You're showing up every day and you're trying. Sometimes you take a step forward, sometimes you take a step backwards, but you're still in that thing, and that's what matters. You're trying to train that part of your brain that pushes you down or that holds you down. You're trying to redirect it. You're trying to rewire it for a new purpose. Instead of pushing me down, it's going to lift me up. The cool thing about our brains is that we can change the way that they think by actively practicing new ways of thinking. If your mind consistently dwells in the realm of what could go wrong, an actually helpful practice would be to consciously ask yourself the question, what could go right? Every time you do that, you strengthen that pathway. You're giving your brain options. The old connection gets weaker and the new connection gets stronger. One more thing to consider. There's something that you'll commonly notice amongst good people. And I'm talking about people who take time to help others, people who volunteer, those types of things. Something that you consistently notice amongst that type of person is that they feel like they didn't do enough. They feel like they could have done more. Like, oh no, you only saved 40 people from that burning building? Well, what about the other, it's like, even when we have a W, our mind still focuses on the L. And And that's because the brain thinks of the L as dangerous. A question that was asked to me a bit ago, is that really your thought or is it someone else's? It's a good practice to have. It's good to recognize, where did this thought come from? Is this an original of mine? Did I create this thought? Or was this thought taught to me? Was this thought introduced to me by someone else? Tracing that thought back to its origin can be helpful in uprooting it. You ever had a really pesky weed growing in the backyard? Like, if you really want to get it out, you gotta go down deep and you gotta find all the roots. Your mind is kind of like a river. Sometimes it rushes, sometimes it goes slow, sometimes it's wide and bendy. Sometimes it feels like it's narrow and trickling. What's important to realize is that you cannot control where the river flows, but you can steer. You can't have some say. If you don't like the way that your brain is thinking, you can train it to think differently. It's totally doable. And we know that because it took time and effort and energy to get you to where you are right now in this moment. If your brain got here, your brain can get somewhere else. One of the biggest hang-ups I see people get stuck on is that they feel like they are incapable of change. It's like, my friend, you had to change to get to where you're at. You just gotta pivot. Is doom scrolling as bad as people say it is? And how does it affect mental health? Is it as bad as people say it is? Anything is bad in excess. I would say that doom scrolling can be bad for you, especially if it's interfering with the other things that you're trying to get done. You know, if you're ignoring your other responsibilities in life because you're just doom scrolling, I would say that that's not good. It can also make you more anxious. It can also make you feel a little bit depersonalized, a little bit detached from yourself. And so, yeah, it's not the best. What I would suggest is to just try to limit the amount of scrolling time that you do in a day. A little bit of scrolling, not the end of the world. If we're doing it like it's a full-time job, that's not good. So why do people doom scroll? Thoughts? Any theories? Why do people doom scroll? I have my answer, but I'm not going to let you copy. I want to hear yours first. Why do people doom scroll? hint. Dopamine. Dopamine is involved. Dopamine is involved. We'll elaborate on that. Actually, let's just elaborate on that right now. Dopamine is your brain's reward chemical. Whenever you do something and your brain wants you to do it more, it gives you dopamine so that you do that thing more. When you're doom scrolling, your brain mistakes this for something useful. Not that it's entirely useless, but what I mean is your brain interprets doom scrolling as I'm assessing for dangers. I'm scanning my environment. I'm doing what I need to do to keep myself safe. And so your brain will give you this steady trickle of dopamine while you're doom scrolling, and it'll feel like this is a good use of my time because I'm helping to keep myself safe. When in reality, it's not. It's kind of artificial. Does that make sense? You got you on that dopamine drip. Is social media poisoning our brain? Yes, duh, obviously. Yeah, it's not good for our brain. For a number of reasons. I would say a large part of why we doom scroll is because it's something that can provide us with distraction. You got other stuff that you could be doing, other stuff that you could be thinking about. It serves as a distraction from that. It kind of occupies your thoughts. It takes over your brain, and you stop thinking about whatever it was you're thinking about whenever you're alone with your thoughts. And it provides you with that constant distraction. So now you can see why so many people do it, why it's so pervasive. I'm not going to say it's the end of the world if somebody does some scrolling, but it's just important to recognize that ultimately it's not productive, and if done excessively, it can actually be destructive. Answer to you asking me how I'd like to respond to having left my first relationship earlier with context and follow-up questions. Oh yeah, okay, so we've got that update. Alright, let's take a look. I'd say I'd like to respond to the relationship ending by learning to be/feel/speak/act/think like I did again about a month before I met her. You can do all those things. Just do them one at a time. You'll get there, piece by piece. Actually, here's the thing. In my opinion, you don't want to feel like you did before. You want to feel like you will in the future. Because something about the way that we felt before is part of the reason why we found ourselves in that situation in the first place. And so we want there to be growth and progression on our journey through life. And so it's not about returning to who we were, it's about becoming who we really are. And part of that involves some uncomfortable moments of growth. But ultimately, it's for a great purpose. I feel like I coalesced as a person at that point and finally loved myself, and the relationship was so bad after the first 6 months and I overcommitted for so long that I feel like I genuinely don't like anything anymore. Ah. That feeling of coalescence, that feeling of, oh yes, finally, I can finally love myself. That's just the beginning. That's just the beginning. That's like finding the door and opening it. Whether you just open it a little bit. You find that window, you open it just a little bit, then that window got slammed shut. Don't worry, the window's still there, and you can open it again. And what you'll realize is that you can open it even wider than you did before. An example is that music used to be my life, and now none of my 700 song playlist even registers. I mentally fast forward to the end and rarely care for more than a couple seconds when I'm listening. You just need new music. You just need music that you can connect with at this point in time. That's the thing about connecting with music. You can have a song that you adore. You can have an artist that you're really into. You can have an album that's in your top 10. But you're not always going to want to listen to it. You're not always going to be in the mood for it. And that's the beauty of music, is that there's always something else. There's always something new. With every minute that passes, approximately 2 minutes of music are made. There's more than enough music. There's more music than you could ever dream of listening to. This is something that will commonly happen in a relationship. Chat, I want to hear from you. Have you ever been in a relationship and then that relationship didn't work out? The relationship ended. Did you have to leave some music behind with that relationship? Did you stop connecting with that music as you once did? Are there some artists that you still don't listen to? Let's hear it. I feel like this happens all the time in breakups. An ex-boyfriend broke up with me while listening to Bush. I can never hear it the same. Well, at least he didn't ruin... Never mind. I'm not gonna judge anybody's taste in music today. We're gonna say all music is valid. Except for AI music. I'm so good at spotting AI music. I've had some people, and when I say people, I mean, you know, people that I know, people I hang out with, they're a bit older, and they just can't spot it in the way that I can. I hear an AI song, it's like eating food without flavor. It's like drinking something in a dream. And I'm like, turn that shit off. It's got no soul to it. Also, they don't breathe, and that's it's disconcerting. Right. Back to the question. So what I'm saying is it's relatable. Other people, I know I've been through it. I've had music where it's like, I just don't listen to that music anymore. You know, or maybe you had songs that meant something, or songs that made you think something about, it reminded you of somebody in your life. The great thing about music is that there's a lot of music out there that is specifically designed for where you're at right now. And that's pretty cool. It's time to bust out the breakup music playlist. I don't feel like I exist, and I started feeling like this in late 2023. Met her in early 2023, but kept committing to losing myself because I thought men were supposed to fix it alone. See, that's just a lie that they sold us. It doesn't help that I'm the gullible / manipulable kind of autistic. So you're a kind person who takes people at their word. There's nothing wrong with being a golden retriever. I had a visceral, disturbing response to trying somatic work once in 2025, to which I thought for a day that I was going insane. I've been through genuine terrors in my life, so daily life has involved stuffing it down forever to my detriment. Whenever you stuff stuff down, it doesn't go anywhere. It just ferments. It gets even stinkier. You gotta clean it out. You gotta get it might stink. It might get your hands dirty, but cleaning it out's worth it. Tying it back to what we were talking about earlier when I was talking about home metaphors, it's like if you've got water damage, if the wood is rotting underneath, it's like, yeah, it's gonna suck to get in there and fix it. But if you don't, if you just cover it up, if you just try to forget about it, slap another layer of paint on it, it might buy you a little bit of time, but the damage is still there, and the damage is only gonna get worse. Besides, it's 2026 now, and men are allowed to talk about their feelings. We're actually taking that back. We're taking that back. We're taking it back, men. Men, we're rebranding. It is no longer a man needs to be a stone-faced, cold-hearted killer. A man is allowed to feel their emotions now. Because real men feel their feelings. Real men aren't afraid of their feelings. I'm using toxic masculinity to defeat toxic masculinity. That therapeutic method was extremely helpful initially, but went bad once I went home to my parents' house, where I've also been attacked. I tried going to a domestic violence shelter for men in a separate month of that year too, and they threatened to not allow me to come back if I stayed there. Some people are just so out of touch with reality, aren't they? Especially abusers. Abusers will go through an insane amount of mental gymnastics to justify their shitty behavior. It's crazy. Like, oh, you're gonna leave because we're abusing you, well, I guess the only option here is to abuse you more. Like, what? What? Huh? I think it's because deep down, people just have a really hard time recognizing when they have been abusive. Don't get me wrong, like, we can all be shitty sometimes, right? Like, we can all be in the wrong, we can all, be an asshole sometimes. But it's important to recognize that and to own up to it, because if we don't, if we just continue to justify our own shitty behavior, then it's just gonna get worse. What you'll find is that you can justify anything to yourself. And that's kind of scary. I just wanted to know if I could feel safe anywhere. I couldn't and can't. Although I'm slightly closer a year later. Hey, that's progress. That's progress. Also, couldn't and can't. Hold on. Don't mind me. I'm just going to reach into your brain real quick, and I'm gonna take the couldn't and can't. Because you don't need those. Just because you might not be able to do it right now doesn't mean that you will not be ever able to do it. And so we're not going to get to where we're trying to go by telling ourselves what we cannot do. We're going to focus on what we can do. And what we can do is just continue to take that next little step as we work bit by bit to get where we're trying to go. We don't have time for those self-defeating, self-fulfilling prophecies. They're doing us no good. You've been abused enough. You don't need to abuse yourself. And that's real talk. That's something that I've worked with people who have been victims of abuse. And that's something that you'll often have to talk to them about, because abuse teaches a person how they should be treated. They get accustomed to being treated a certain way. They aren't receiving the type of care and love that they deserve, and so they don't show that care and love to themselves. So you don't need to be your next abuser. We can rewrite that narrative. You can show yourself care and compassion. If you can feel safe with yourself, then you can feel safe anywhere. Couldn't and can't afford to use my decent income to get an apartment even after potentially 2 months in the shelter because of being convinced by my ex to open up credit cards and spend them on her, keeping me in a financial hole. Woof. I'm not a financial advisor, but you might have some options there. I would encourage you to talk to somebody about what some of your options might be, especially if it's just a pile of credit card debt. I I guess the overarching question now is how to regain the identity I had before yet another abusive relationship took that away. It having been an IPV type of abusive relationship for the first time. IPV. Hold on, I need to look up this acronym. Okay, that's what I thought it was. Intimate partner violence. I assumed that the V was violence. I'm almost 32 now, and I feel like I've processed nothing about the last couple of years. Like there's a mental block to understanding my life the relationship introduced. Maybe you just weren't ready yet. It's not unusual. I would actually go so far as to say it's totally normal to sometimes need time to process. Especially when it's a situation such as this one, in which there was abuse and violence. It's not like you leave and then the next day you're like, oh wow, things are awesome now. I'm doing so much better. I'm so happy. No. It leaves you with a lot to process, and that can take time. Even though it doesn't feel like it yet, you are still doing the work. And that's important to recognize. You're not the same person that you were when you were in that relationship. You've had those moments of growth and insight and change. And what you're working towards is that feeling of coalescence. Everything is coming together. I involuntarily avoid every important realization I have subconsciously, and it's worse than before I met her. It feels like nothing I experience is happening, and it's like I'm resigned to having a worse life. Leaving her seems to have been a case of wherever you go, there you are. So where would you like to go? So where would you like to go from here? The light within you has not been taken from you. It might not shine as brightly as it once did, but it has merely been dimmed. And you have it within you to allow that light to shine even brighter than you ever thought possible. So where would you like to go from here? What's that next small step? Just keep yourself oriented in that direction and keep taking those small little steps, and you'll get to where you're trying to go. And it might even be even better than you ever thought it could be. I'd be willing to guess that you're not the only one who's been in a bad relationship and then got out of that bad relationship, and then it took some time to kind of build yourself back up. But there's a lot of potential and a lot of possibility when it comes to building yourself back up. You're in your rebuilding phase, and that comes with its own set of challenges, with a lot of possibility, a lot of different options. You get to decide who you want to be from this moment forward, and nobody can ever take that from you. Best is yet to come. I just asked about the bipolar question. Okay, we've got a follow-up. All right, let's take a look. Mainly because I watched my sister go through severe manic states over like 3 years, getting hospitalized, etc. And sometimes I have a fear that I might start experiencing symptoms of bipolar. Experiencing symptoms of bipolar is not unheard of as a part of a normal human life. Now, that being said, it doesn't have to be that intense. It might not go that far. I like what you said about how mental disorders are often just things average people will experience but turned all the way up. Exactly, that's a great way to look at bipolar. Even common things like getting super passionate about topics or talking kind of fast makes me feel a little worried, because the way my sister did this was kind of scary when I was a teen. Here's another thing to be considerate of. We want to make sure that having that fear of being bipolar doesn't interfere with what it is that we're trying to get done in life. You know, like, uh-oh, what if I'm getting a little too excited about this? Uh-oh, what if I'm feeling a little bit too passionate about this? This is where having trusted people in your life really comes in handy. You know, having people who can recognize, like, no, you're doing all right. No, you're fine. Like, people want to see you happy. People want to see you excited. People want to see you passionate. People don't want to see you a danger to yourself. So there's a big difference there. But no, I totally get it. I totally understand why that fear would be there, why that worry would be there, because it reminds you of what you've seen. But it sounds like your sister is in a different league, you know? Like, you might see some commonalities. You might see some things that overlap, but it's probably a safe bet that if you haven't had people intervene for your mental state already, the odds of that happening aren't super high. You know, if something hasn't already happened, the odds of something just spontaneously happening out of nowhere are actually pretty low. This is something that you see pretty commonly in people who have relatives or loved ones that go through a mental condition. You know, if they have a parent or a sibling, this is something that's often on their radar. It's something that they're often worried about. Like, what if that happens to me? I better keep a close eye on myself. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to get excited. You're allowed to feel passionate. Those are things that give life flavor. So just try to do all things in balance, you know? Find things that can help you to feel grounded and connected. My sister would often cross many boundaries when we all needed a break from her rambling. So it sounds like she was... Yeah, it sounds like she was a bit more intense. Feels like subconsciously, I'm telling myself I'm not allowed to exhibit things that are remotely resembling my sister's behavior. I would agree. You've noticed things within her, and your brain says, like, oh, these are things to watch out for. These are signs. If this happens, then that's gonna happen. You know, if a person gets excited, if a person gets too passionate, then that's where it's gonna go. That's what's gonna happen. But I know I'm very aware of people's boundaries, can read people pretty well, and try not to go too overboard with wild conversations. Should I try to meditate on this? Yeah, go for it. I'd say that's a good idea. Seeing her go through psychosis and all the stress of that is often something I try not to remember. Thank you. Psychosis can be scary, especially for the uninitiated. You know, when it's your first time, or when it happens when you're young, or it's somebody that you live with, it's like, it can be scary. I think it's helpful to look at things like psychosis as something that a person is going through, rather than this is who that person is. There are people who practice psychology in the West that would disagree with me. I tend to take a more of an Eastern philosophy when it comes to my view of things like psychosis. In many Eastern practices, it is viewed as a thing that you can go through. You are not your diagnosis, you are a person who is dealing with a certain set of mental circumstances. It does not need to define you. What I would encourage you to do, if you do want to meditate on it, I would meditate on how going through that has made you more mindful, more aware, more compassionate as a person. You know, what is it about having to have witnessed that and to have seen that happen to somebody that I care about? What is it that has taught me? What sort of things have I learned from that? Have I been able to learn empathy, compassion, patience? That's the way that I kind of look at it, you know. I can get a little spiritual when it comes to that kind of stuff. When I'm dealing with a very annoying person, I try to reframe it. Like, this person was put here to help me learn how to be more patient. It's part of my soul's journey. It makes me so upset when people who are struggling are just categorized as crazy and written off. They're people too. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And it happens far too often, especially in the Western approach to mental health. A lot of people are taught, or a lot of people are made to believe that if you have a diagnosis, that's just who you are. Like, bipolar is a big one. A person gets labeled as bipolar and it sort of shapes their identity. I've seen it happen many times with people that I've worked with. You would see them like talking about it in such a way as like, well, I did this. It's that bipolar acting up again. It sort of became a predeterminate. It became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, well, I have this diagnosis. I have bipolar, therefore I need to act as a bipolar person would. Does that make sense? I've seen that time and time again working in mental health. People who receive a diagnosis and they build an identity around it, and it doesn't need to be that way. But hey, we live in a world where you gotta get back to work and we don't have time to sit down and work through that stuff with you. So you either need to stop talking about it, you either need to take a pill for it, or you need to find something so that you can get back to work. You know what I mean? Diagnosis is bad, it's frowned upon. You know, when I went to school, I loved learning about diagnoses. I loved learning about that kind of stuff. I thought it was just so interesting. And then what I realized in actually working with people was that you're not dealing with a diagnosis, you're dealing with a person. You're dealing with a person who has a specific set of symptoms. And that's what you're working on. You are working on those symptoms. Symptoms can be managed. Symptoms can be mended. But a diagnosis can kind of hang over somebody for their entire life. It can just loom over them. Like, uh-oh, I gotta watch myself, because just to bring it back to bipolar, I've heard stories. This wasn't anybody that I worked with. This was somebody that I learned about. One of my instructors was working with this person. They were telling me about a person who had one singular manic episode when they were younger. I'm not sure how old they were. They might have been a teenager, they might have been in their early 20s, but they were a young adult, I think. Because of that one singular manic episode, they now had a bipolar diagnosis that would last for their entire life. Because these types of things, once you are labeled with these types of diagnoses, they follow you. And people look at you differently. People think differently about you. Do you think it's fair that a person goes through one singular bipolar episode and then they are labeled with a diagnosis that follows them for the rest of their life? I don't know. I don't think it should work that way. I don't think it should work that way. I think that we need to focus on the individual, and we need to identify what their symptoms are, and then we need to work with them to alleviate those symptoms. Diagnostic labels can be helpful, but they can also do a lot of harm, and it's important to recognize that. Anyway. Catwalk with the 5 gifted. Chat, show some respect. Show some respect, chat. Catwalk, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I ate an edible last night. I love this question already. We're off to a great start. We're off to a great start here. Hopefully my conversation about, like, I understand that my view of mental health and diagnosis and treatment is unusual compared to what you normally see, but I'm sticking to my guns. Hopefully I make sense in the way that I explain things. Alright, where were we? I ate an edible last night. And my friend of 20 plus years got drunk and was an asshole. Nothing new. He does this from time to time. Normally it doesn't bother me, but because I was quite stoned, it hit differently. It really made me reflect today on the last time I spoke to my ex before she cut me off. I must have made her feel the same way I feel now. I am very rarely an ass, but I was her in that moment. I thought she would understand it was a moment of weakness, but no, she needs to live through that, and I forced that on her. No point to this. Really, just processing. What you're describing is something that I would encourage people to open up to when it comes to reflecting on yourself. You know, the situations in which I was the asshole. You know, how did I make other people feel through my words and my actions? You know, life is full of those little lessons. They're easier to spot when you learn how to listen. It sounds like you had a moment of things kind of coming together and getting new insight on things, and you know what that means? That's growth. Is this correlated to guilt? I would say so. You know, it's not uncommon to feel a sense of guilt and remorse and regret, perhaps even shame, at things that we've done that we're not proud of. But it's important to recognize your own growth. We don't need to live with those feelings of guilt forever. It's like, did you do something that was messed up? Sure. But are you still that person today? No. Because you've grown. And you're somebody new. And you've done a lot of hard work. And that's worth celebrating. Besides, making mistakes, that's how you become a better person. Nobody expected you to be perfect. What's more important is learning from your mistakes. It's not never making a mistake. That's not what it's all about. It's about recognizing the times in which you were the asshole, because it has happened. I've been there. I'm sure you've been there too, unless you're just a perfect little angel, which you're all perfect little angels in my book. But no, I think personally this is one of the cool things about growing, becoming a more mature, fully self-actualized person, is recognizing this type of stuff, you know? What you want to avoid doing is doubling down, rationalizing, justifying. That's what really gets you. But no, you're showing empathy, and that's a strength. There are too many people out there who just double down. You've probably met a few. They could never do anything wrong. And if they did, well, it wasn't my fault. Somebody else made me do it. I only did it because you made me do it. We are in desperate need of accountability. I recommend it. Accountability is a great pathway to growth. Hello, Joshua. Hello. I'm glad to see you are slowly back to streaming. Hey, me too. I'm glad to be back. I've just been busy. We've been working on Grandma's bathroom. We're working on our basement, but that's pretty much finished now. So yeah, I've just been working on stuff. Working on construction projects. But it's good to be back. It shouldn't take too much longer for the bathroom to be finished, so hopefully I'll be able to get back to it a bit more. I have a trip coming up with my mother, and we are flying to Illinois for her sister's 3rd wedding. I am having a bit of anxiety because I know I will have to be my mom's handler. Here's the thing. No, you don't. She's a grown-ass woman. She's a grown-ass woman. She's accountable to herself. You're not there to babysit her. She's not a toddler. If she wants to act a fool, allow her to do that. She has agency. She has free will. I'm only partially kidding. There's already drama between the sisters and my mom has been uninvited twice already. I don't see how you're not more excited for this trip. It sounds like a real hoot. It sounds like it's gonna be a real show. I told my therapist it's going to turn out like the movie Bridesmaid where they're fighting at the bridal shower. Just be sure to get your phone out in time to record the whole thing. I only want to go and see my cousin who I talk to frequently. Then that's who you should primarily probably spend your time with. You know, if you're going to see your cousin, then make the most of that. You know, you want to see your cousin, then do that. Find some time to hang out with them. Find some time to break away from the rest of the group and, you know, just Talk about your crazy mothers. I wanted to see if you have any advice for how to stay positive going into this trip. You're gonna have a great time. You're gonna have a great time. If you're determined to have a good time, you will have a good time. Because you're not accountable for anybody else's behavior. It's like, sure, you could try your best to keep the peace. You could try your best to keep the peace, but ultimately, the thing you want to watch out for, and I'm not going to say that this is what it's... I'm not trying to read too much into this, but there's just something, it's tingling in my brain. It's like my sixth sense is going off. What I worry about is that if you put yourself into the position of peacemaker, what you're going to end up doing is finding yourself in the crosshairs. You know, these are two fully formed adult human beings. If they have a problem, they can work it out between themselves. I don't need to jump in there. I don't need to find myself in the crossfire. Because the thing you want to watch out for, when two people are fighting is to give them a mutual enemy. Because they're already ready to fight, and that's just... You know what I mean? And I'm sure some of you have probably found yourself in this situation in life before, just as something that happens. You try to break up a fight, and now both of them are fighting you. It's like, what the fuck did I do? The worst family event I remember was my aunt's funeral. Her son and grandson got into a fist fight over how the funeral went. Hey, you know, people process their grief in different ways. Is it problematic that I think that that would be very entertaining? Like, what a way to spice up a funeral with a fist fight? Is it problematic if I think that more funerals should have fist fights? Probably. That's probably a pretty problematic take. But, I don't know. Might spice things up a little bit. Was so entertaining, then I would say that was far from the worst. I've been to funerals that I've forgotten because nothing happened. But you go to a funeral and there's a fist fight, you're gonna remember that for the rest of your life. Now talk about a memorial service. So earlier you said, it's my natural instinct to keep the peace. We're going to work with that. You are going to work to keep the peace, but your primary focus for that is going to be you. Protecting your peace. Because what you'll come to find is that it's impossible to protect someone else's peace when they have no interest in peace. The only person whose peace that you can truly protect is your own. You see what I'm saying? It's like, if your mom is not intent on keeping the peace, you're not going to be able to convince her otherwise. She's just going to see you as an obstacle. So are you taking her side? We don't want to play that game. We're going to rise above it. You're going to say, Mom, I'm here to have a nice time. Are you with me? You know, I didn't fly this far to fight anybody. So protect your peace, because protecting your peace is just as important as protecting anybody else's peace. my great-grandmother's funeral, the celebrant showed up an hour late and stumbling drunk. Memorable. See? That's the thing about trauma, is that once you process it, what you're left with is a great story. You know, trauma can be very heavy, it can be very painful. But once you've come to peace with that, it's like, well, now you've got a story to tell. That's the way I try to look at it. Like, how can I make this work for me instead of against me? My mind is doing that thing where it's making up a million scenarios to try and keep myself safe and prepared. Alright, well, you're not in the Secret Service. You're not getting paid Secret Service money. So, you're off duty. At ease, soldier. You're relieved. You know what would be helpful is to just have an exit strategy. You know, if you're there and your mom's there and your aunt's there and they start getting into it, just be like, I'm gonna go get some fresh air. Find your cousin, like, hey, you wanna go with me? You wanna go for a walk? Yeah, let's get out of here. Let them figure out whatever they need to figure out between sisters. Now, take this from me, somebody who grew up with sisters. One of the last... hopefully somebody can vouch for me here. As someone who grew up with sisters, one of the last things that you want to do is get in between your sisters fighting, or your sister and your mom fighting. The last thing you want to do is insert yourself in that. Let them work it out between themselves. So yeah, just go into it with the mindset of, I'm going to have a good time no matter what. I'm going to a wedding, there's going to be a party. It's going to be a good time. I'm not going to let anybody else kill my vibe. And it's also not my job to make sure that anybody else here has a good time. It's not up to you. You should protect the peace. Your peace. Lead by example. Go, have a good time, show people what you can do, and just lead by example. I've found that to be helpful. When it comes to maintaining the peace, just set an example of being a peaceful person. Also, if anybody starts fighting, make sure to have that phone ready. You know? Somebody stands up too fast and you're just like... Just make sure you get it on video so that you can play it at the fourth wedding. I'm joking. A side note about my mother. This past week, she was given a referral to a psychiatrist and she said she isn't going to go. That's not unusual. approximately half of all people who ever have any type of mental condition never talk to anyone about it. That's including more than just doctors and therapists. That's also nurses or anybody in their life. A lot of people just keep it to themselves. So it's not unusual. Especially when the idea of getting help is so stigmatized. Like, you can't really blame people for not wanting to go down that route when they're made to feel like, oh, you're talking to somebody about your brain? You're crazy. Ooh. She said the last time she went to one, they diagnosed her with bipolar and depression, and she said the meds they prescribed her messed her up. I told her it might be helpful to talk to one and see what they say, kind of like a second opinion. She wasn't having it. Maybe a therapist instead of a psychiatrist. You know, maybe we go down the talk about it route before we focus on any type of medication, because you can see where that would turn people away. Also, it would disturb you if you knew how many people were diagnosed as bipolar inappropriately. Whenever I was in school, I had an instructor who was also a practicing psychiatrist. He worked at a children's hospital, and what he said was that the amount of young children being diagnosed with bipolar is sickening. We're talking about like toddlers being given mood stabilizers. It's insane. To diagnose someone with bipolar appropriately takes time. You have to get to know the person, you have to talk to the person, you have to recognize the patterns that are forming in their life. And to just diagnose somebody with bipolar with such a snap judgment, it feels extremely scummy. It feels like you're just trying to get this person on medication so that you can bill them. That's what it feels like to me. Now, I'm not going to say that that's what every psychiatrist does, because that's not true. There are some fantastic psychiatrists out there. But not every psychiatrist is a fantastic psychiatrist. There are psychiatrists out there who just want to keep those numbers up so that they can get paid. Like, oh, you say you get stressed sometimes? Do you ever get angry? Do you ever yell? Have you ever done anything impulsive? Oh, sounds like bipolar to me. All right, I'll see you in a month. Take this medication. I was diagnosed with bipolar at the age of 17. The fucked up thing about people being diagnosed bipolar inappropriately is that you don't even have enough of a time scale to accurately diagnose bipolar. Like, you have to look at patterns that play out over years. Bipolar isn't something that just happens over the span of a week. And so, we talked a lot about bipolar today, and that's because, in my experience, it is one of those diagnoses that just gets thrown around way too often. Like, hey, do you have ups and downs? Sounds like it could be bipolar to me. Do you ever find it difficult to manage your emotions? Went through that a couple years ago. The second psych actually went through a proper diagnostic checklist and helped me determine I have a couple symptoms for bipolar, but not enough for medication for it or for a strong diagnosis. Exactly. So you saw exactly what I'm talking about. You saw exactly what I'm talking about. It would blow your mind just how much variance there is with a diagnosis depending on which doctor you talk to. You could go to 5 different doctors and walk away with 5 different diagnoses. Do you think that there are any predatory therapists or psychologists? Yes. Predators exist across every line of work. Even the ones that are supposed to help people. And that's something that you gotta watch out for. That's something that you gotta be mindful of. If things don't feel right, trust that feeling. Get a second opinion. See somebody different. Hold on, I gotta let this dog in. I gotta let this dog in. He wants in. I'm coming, Atticus. I'm coming, buddy. Doctor. Dr. Dog is in. Doctor is in. Can you give a brief description of what bipolar really is? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let me... All right, I gotta pull out the graph. Look at this graph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. The thing about bipolar disorder that's confusing for people who haven't studied psychology, which is most people, the thing that's confusing is that bipolar can actually manifest in several different ways. Not everybody who's bipolar looks the same. Bipolar doesn't mean that you are up one day and down the next day. Bipolar means that you experience a range of emotions, whether it be depression or mania, that go beyond a normal, tolerable limit. Now give me just a second, I'll explain this graph to you. Thank you. I didn't realize I was muted. I was saying, you're welcome. Happy to help. You're going to have a great time. Nobody's going to break your stride. Nobody's going to slow you down. I feel like there should be some entity that tests these people and holds them accountable. There is, but it's not enough. State of the mental health care system is a bit of a clusterfuck. Okay, so we're explaining bipolar disorder really quickly. The thing about bipolar disorder is that everybody looks different. It's not always just up, down, up, down, up, down. I feel like that's a common misconception that if you're bipolar or you go up and down like a sine wave, doesn't mean that. So let's start off by talking about a normal range of emotions. It's normal to have highs and lows throughout your life. Throughout the span of a week, you have ups and downs. Throughout the span of a day, you have ups and downs. And then if you were to track that over the span of a year, you would see all of your ups and downs. You could do this if you really wanted to, if you were up for it. Track your mood every day, give it a score, and then collect that data. Collect that data over a span of time and track your mood. You could do that. So it's normal to have those ups and downs, and if you tracked your mood every day, you would see that. There are ups and downs to my mood. So let's zoom out from this a little bit. So you see there's a range of normal moods. Whenever you start to get into bipolar disorder, what you're dealing with are moods that go above and beyond that comfortable range. It could go into a depression, it could go into a mania. And that's just, is it up or down? Which way is your mood going? You wouldn't normally start to see somebody be considered for bipolar just for having depression, though. That's something that's really important to remember. If you've only ever shown signs of depression, there's no reason to consider you to be bipolar because you've been unipolar. You've only been on one pole. Now, where this gets really confusing is that you can be diagnosed bipolar without ever having depression. The diagnosis for bipolar tends to focus more on the severity of your mania. Could you give an example of mania? All right. Hypomania and mania are two ways to describe that level of elevated mood. An example of hypomania would be something like, you're in a new relationship and things are really exciting, and I know we just met, but I think this is built to last, so let's move in together. Let's co-sign on a car together. You know, you're just kind of making decisions that aren't very well informed because you're just very caught up in the moment and you're really riding that high and everything feels great. And, you know, oftentimes it kind of ends up coming crashing down because you aren't really thinking clearly in those moments. You're too busy focusing on how good it feels. We've all been there. We've all been there. We've all had a little bit of hypomania, right? The thing about hypomania is that it feels good, so people don't normally consider it to be a problem. An example of mania would be a more intense version of that feeling. An example of mania would be, you know, I just met this new person. I met them online, and I just knew that they are my soulmate. And so I've got a plan. I'm going to sell my house, and I'm going to fly out to their country, and I'm going to go live with them. And we're going to get married because we're meant to be together. If you ever want to see some people in manic episodes, just watch 90 Day Fiancé. There's a lot of it on there. A lot of, because you kind of have to be in a certain headspace to be like, all right, I'm going to sell all my shit. I'm going to fly across the world. I'm going to go marry this person that I've never actually met before. So a good example of mania would be you are making drastic, life-altering decisions on a whim. And you have the potential of causing a lot of disruption and instability in your life. Sometimes it's accompanied with delusions and even psychosis. The higher up your mood gets, or the lower your mood gets, the more vulnerable you are to experiencing delusional thoughts and psychosis. This goes for both depression and mania. The more elevated or the more depressed you are, the more vulnerable you are to having those types of thoughts. And so an example of a depressive delusion you believe things like, the world would be better without me. Nobody likes me. I should just isolate myself off. Those are actually some of the delusional types of thoughts that you will develop in depression. You adhere to these truths that aren't grounded in reality, and that's what a delusion is. And these types of delusions can tend to reinforce that mood state. On the flip side, with mania, what types of delusions do you think you'd get with that? I want to hear from you. What do you think? What sort of delusions would a person have if they are having an intense mania? What sort of stuff do you think you'd see? I am Jesus. That's more common than you'd think. More common than you think. They have a saying that when a person is having very intense delusional thoughts, their thoughts tend to go either towards God or the government. You start to direct a lot of your thoughts towards a higher power and feeling like I am chosen, or feeling like they're watching me, you know, that kind of stuff. That's indicative of a mania. Like, I have all the answers. I can fix the world. I need to write my manifesto. I need to get it out there. I need to go out and stand on the street corner and tell people the truth. I need to wake these sheep up. That's the kind of stuff you might see in a mania. You also might see them just making, just very poor decisions. Emptying their bank accounts, selling their car, selling their house. All of these things can happen during a mania. And it can be really scary because it can kind of come on just as a sort of accumulation of prolonged stress. Let me just tell you a little bit about some stuff that I've kind of seen happen to people. I've seen people who were relatively well-functioning throughout their lives. And this is just me talking about, based on their own anecdotes, their own, tellings of their life. But, I'll take them at their word. I've had people tell me that, they had a good set of mental faculties. They feel like they had it all together. They had a good job. They had a house. They had kids who were well taken care of. And then, almost out of nowhere, they have that, they're like, oh yeah. And then out of nowhere, it felt like I had a manic episode. Like, I quit my job. I started doing all this stuff, and it can kind of feel like it comes out of nowhere, but I believe it's just the accumulation of Stress over time. Because this type of feeling is often associated with this feeling of like urgency. Think of like a midlife crisis. You're familiar with the idea of a midlife crisis, right? It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that's a similar type of energy. Like, I'm gonna get a divorce, I'm gonna buy a sports car, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna create my own cryptocurrency. I don't know, what are the kids doing these days? So anyway, just to get back to bipolar disorder, if a person only had a manic episode, a full-blown manic episode, not just a hypomanic episode, if a person had one manic episode in their life, technically that's enough to get a diagnosis of bipolar disorder. It does happen. Some people might refer to that type of moment as a midlife crisis or a mental breakdown. You know, maybe life was just getting to be too much, or maybe they felt like they're just not good enough and they feel like I've got to take drastic action. I've got to make up for lost time. That's the kind of stuff you see. If you just have depressive episodes, they'd probably look at a depressive diagnosis, you know. They also have this mystical mixed state in which you see the mania and the depression at the same time, but that's pretty rare. It's one of those things where it's like, it's technically possible, but it's not really going to be something that you see unless it's a, like, in all my years, it'd probably also be kind of hard to spot too. You'd have to, this is one of those things where you'd really have to know the person for a long time to be able to spot. And that's why I was talking about earlier, I get so pissed off with how easily they will just slap the bipolar label on somebody. It's like, if you're meeting a doctor for the very first time, if you are meeting a doctor for the very first time and they are trying to diagnose you with having bipolar disorder, I would encourage you to get a second opinion. Because meeting somebody one time and diagnosing them with bipolar disorder, that's just kind of negligent in my opinion. Because how do you know they're not just making it up? How do you know? How do you know that they're not just spinning you a yarn? It's like, when you're diagnosing somebody with something like bipolar disorder, you need to know them over a span of time. You need to talk to them several times so that you can get a very clear picture of what you're dealing with. If you're meeting somebody for the first time, it's like, you can't take how they present in that singular instance and run with it to that degree before you diagnose them with something that's potentially life-altering. My psychiatrist diagnosed me on day one with BPD. I was thoroughly shocked. I'm shocked. Do you mean bipolar disorder? Or do you mean borderline personality disorder? Because both of them are technically BPD. Either one of those diagnoses should not be given out on day one. I would say that borderline especially. Wait, we've got somebody in here named Butlerian Jihadist. Holy shit. Can we be friends? I love that name. I'm a Butlerian Jihadist. Luke, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. For those of you who are unfamiliar, the name the Butlerian Jihad, it refers to the novel Dune. It's something from the Dune series. It was the overthrowing of the thinking machines. Thinking machines had enslaved humanity, and the revolt was referred to as the Butlerian Jihad. It was the destruction of all thinking machines. If I ever run for public office, I hope they don't use that clip and they're like, here he is admitting to be a jihadist. I'm like, damn it, I was just talking about Dune, dude. I was just getting into some nerdy shit. Like AI is doing now? Precisely. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. That's why they have those computer people? Yes, exactly. I'd be happy to explain the lore of Dune whenever you're ready. Any other questions about bipolar disorder? I was kind of just rambling about it for a while. If you're confused about what bipolar disorder is, yes. You should be. Does BPD overlap with NPD? When it comes to personality disorders, so we're talking about BPD borderline, not BPD bipolar, right? If we were talking about bipolar, we just say bipolar, because they both have the abbreviation BPD. If we're talking about bipolar and NPD, which is narcissistic personality disorder, is there overlap there? Yes, there could be. If you have somebody who is in a manic phase, but they are surrounded by sycophants, just imagine what that could do. You could end up president. This was the image I was looking for. If it doesn't make sense to you, that's understandable. However, if this image does make sense to you, then we should be friends. There's actually a lot of overlap when it comes to diagnosis. What you might find, well, I don't know. I guess when I say that is, what you might find if you were to work in the mental health field, if you were to work in the mental health field, what you would probably encounter are people who have more than one diagnosis at a time. What you would probably see are patients who have things like schizophrenia and generalized anxiety disorder, or major depressive disorder and generalized anxiety disorder, or all three of those things. Whenever I worked in the field, that was probably one of the most common combinations of diagnoses. You would see a schizophrenia diagnosis, a bipolar diagnosis, or a depressive, or like a major depressive disorder diagnosis, and a generalized anxiety disorder diagnosis. Because as it turns out, a lot of these things tend to flow together. Now, it creates a lot of anxiety to be in a mentally unstable position. So you see that packed in a lot of the time. Is a diagnosis really all that useful? Isn't it more useful to just treat the thing that needs to be treated? That's what I've been fighting for. But our current system doesn't really like that because we're governed by the insurance companies. If we really want to blame somebody, I'm not going to blame the practitioners. I'm not going to blame the doctors. I'm going to blame the insurance providers, because those are the reason why diagnosis is actually so important. Because would it surprise you to find out that certain diagnoses are billable and other diagnoses are not? Would it surprise you to find out that... Would that shock you? If you got to bill this to insurance, you're going to make sure that they've got a diagnosis that is billable to insurance, right? Even if that label could potentially be very stigmatizing. Even if that label might follow this person around for the rest of their life. Well, I guess for me, I want to know what the problem is before I work on it. Does that make sense? And you can do that. You can do that because that's what you are doing when you focus on the symptoms. If you're just focused on what symptom of mine am I working on? Am I working on my irritability? Am I working on my nervousness? Am I working on my confidence? What is it that you are working on? Which of your symptoms do you want to work on? Just focus on one. Just do it one at a time. Even in doing that, what you'll come to find is that if you just fully commit yourself to working on one of your symptoms, all of your other symptoms will also get a little bit better, because they're so interwoven that just by really honing in and dialing in and locking in on one symptom that you're trying to get better at, all of the others will also notice a minor improvement. When it comes to knowing what the problem is, you already know what the problem is. You just have to look inwards and acknowledge it. Own it. Recognize that, yes, this is here, this does exist, this is something I want to work on. When it comes to diagnostic labels, that's just a collection of symptoms. You might not have all of the symptoms that are possibly included in that diagnosis. You might only have some of them. You might have a reasonable argument that it could actually be a different diagnosis. Well, maybe instead of bipolar disorder, it would actually be, a cyclothymia. Maybe schizoaffective disorder instead of schizophrenia plus bipolar. What if I do want to work on it, but my brain says no, I don't at the same time? Then you know exactly what it is you want to work on. That's the thing that you're wanting to work on. Okay, but how do I get the brain to agree? By recognizing that you aren't 100% committed to the existing idea. You aren't 100% committed to the existing idea, right? I'm not sure. That's good enough. That's good enough. I can guarantee that you aren't 100% committed to that idea, because if you were, you wouldn't be here trying to work on it. Right? So we can recognize that there's an internal disagreement here. There's a part of me that says, hey, let's do this, and there's a part of me that says, why bother? What's that good for? What's it gonna do? I wish I could turn my brain off from enjoying food too much. You can. That is another thing you can train your brain to do. Is that part of ADHD or something else? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because we're not trying to figure out the why, we're trying to figure out the what. Instead of, why is this happening? Why am I feeling this way? What are we going to do about it? What's that next step forward? If you find your brain saying no, just do it anyway. Just do it anyway. You're just planting a seed. Remember, you're just planting seeds. When it comes to making good changes within your brain, you gotta look at it that way. I'm just planting seeds so that in time I can enjoy the fruit of my labor. Or the vegetable of my labor. I usually try to find a context where my brain doesn't fight that work so much. Some contexts and situations feel less scary to work on myself in, like maybe it's easier at a certain time of day, after a meal, or when I've really had a good day at work. True. I want to take it even one step further. I want to share with you one of the things that I like to do. And what I've found is that it can help to accelerate this process of processing things within yourself. One of the things that our brain loves to do is filter everything that we think and feel through the part of our brain that converts it into language. There's a specific part of your brain that is responsible for the production and understanding of language, right? And so whenever we sit down and we try to think about something, we're filtering all of that information. All of those things that we're trying to figure out, we're trying to find the right words for it so that we can make sense of it, because that's how we make sense of things, is to give them structure by applying it to words. Something that I've found to be helpful and to speed up this process of mentally processing things is to try to focus on the feeling instead of trying to convert it into words. Instead of identifying it and labeling it, because in defining, we can also confine it. When you define it, you can also confine it. And so I try to just allow my emotions to flow through me without any resistance. I don't try to say, this is what I'm feeling right now. This is why I'm feeling that way. This is who did this to me. This is the reason why I'm feeling that way. This is what I need to do about it. I just feel it. And it takes focus. It takes practice. But what I've found is that it's like speed running. I no longer need to sit down and figure this out because I can just let it go. I can just let it pass through me. So maybe give it a try. Maybe give it a try sometime. Next time you want to think through something, try to just feel it. Don't rush to put things into words. And it's going to be tricky to do that because we're so used to doing that, right? Every thought we have, every feeling we have, we filter it into words. We distill it. We put it in a box. But what you'll find is that a lot of what goes into emotional expression goes beyond words. Words don't do it justice. You've probably heard that phrase before. Words can't do it justice. Anyway, give it a try. Just allow the emotion to flow through you. Don't bottle it up. Don't box it in. Just see how it feels. All right, we've got some questions in the box. Let's get back to it. Hi, I am gay. All right, you get a pass because it's Pride Month. You get a pass. You get a pass because it's Pride Month, but I keep a close eye on you. Anyway, congratulations. Thank you. And you gain a hyperfixation back. Before I really get into it, I just want to say the mindset that I think a person should have when it comes to reconnecting with yourself, don't look at it as I've got to get this thing back. As in, I lost it and now I need to find it again. Try to look at it as I just need to move towards becoming who I am meant to be. I just need to be a more fully fulfilled person. A fully self-actualized person. Because what you'll come to find is that in life, your tendencies, your hobbies, your habits, they will all shift around. You're not always going to want to do the same thing. You're not always going to want to listen to the same music. You're not always going to want to eat the same food. Things are going to shift around, and that's okay. I find it's best to just go with the flow and learn to enjoy the moment that you're in, instead of spending the moment that you're in wishing that you were in a different moment. Because we only got so many moments, and I'm trying to get you not to waste them. You know what I mean? Any moment here is not wasted, though, right? Is that too much of me to say? We try not to waste too many moments here. Don't mind me, I'm just letting this moment fly by. How do you gain a hyperfixation back? I used to write fiction and poetry all the time, but after finishing college and bombing my final paper yet still managing to barely pass the class, hey, you passed. You know who needs to know? You know who needs to know that you bombed the final paper and barely passed? Nobody. You know, that's your business. You don't have to let anybody know that. Besides, you passed. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. You got the thing done. It feels like all my passion to write has vanished. It's a mix of shame over the bad paper I wrote and fear of being bad. Something I was always super confident in. Feeling of being bad at something I was always super confident in. Okay. If you really want to, go back and fix the paper that you wrote. Not for a grade, but just for you. I don't know, I think maybe that could be helpful for you. If you're really still concerned about that paper being bad, why does that have to be the final draft of that paper? Or why does that have to be the defining work that you've created? Why does that get to be your opus? Many authors find themselves creating what will be their definitive work. And if that's the paper that got you to stop writing, then that is your definitive work. And I don't think you want that to be your definitive work, right? It's not exactly the one that you're the most proud of. And so, for that reason, we must write again. I know I shouldn't feel this way, but it's like having a mouth full of sand. I feel like I'm drowning in quicksand. I miss writing good prose, but I feel like I have no right to write. It's been this way for almost a year and a half. The idea of opening up old projects and fixing them nearly gives me anxiety attacks. Then don't. We talked about that earlier, but don't. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Like, the growth of a person as an artist, you'll recognize that in the span of time, you will create some works that just aren't all that good, and you'll create some ones that are just really spectacular. They're not all gonna be greatest hits. Some of them are gonna be B-sides. That's okay. Opening up old projects and rewriting them would give me anxiety too, because it's like, why do I want to spend my time doing this when I could be spending this time creating something new? Right? I feel like something essential to my being is gone and I don't know how to get it back. It never left. It never left, actually. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Don't worry, you will have this revelation in time. You will have this this moment where it feels like it all clicks. And I think it'll probably happen sometime around the time where you actually start writing again and you write something that you feel proud of again. Then it'll really sink in. Then it'll be really good. Spoiler alert, it never left. That part of you is still there. Writing used to be the only thing keeping me happy. Now it's gone and I'm realizing I haven't been happy in a long time.
Because you haven't been writing. Writing makes you happy and you haven't been writing, so that's why.
Quit breaking my brain. You want me to break your brain a little bit more? Is this your question? Is this your question? Because I'm about to break your brain even more. Are you ready? What the hell do you think you were doing this whole time? Writing this? What do you think you were doing then? Writing? Perhaps? Doing the thing? Take this and build on it. Take this and build on it. This is a good jumping off point. Write about your return to writing. Write about those feelings that you feel. Just get it all out. You'll have that moment and the dam will break and things will return to a state of equilibrium. But right now you're in a state of imbalance. And the only way through sounds like to put pen to paper or finger to keyboard if that's more your speed. So take this and use this as a jumping off point. You could even just copy paste this and add to it just for you, not for us, but just for you to process the feelings. Two birds with one stone. And it's gonna feel awkward at first, but honestly, it will feel like riding a bike. It's like, how could I forget? How could I forget? I would say that, do you want me to, okay, hold on. I'm gonna do a little speculation here. A little speculation. Your plate is just too full. You've got too much shit on your plate. This is why the idea of going back and fixing past projects gives you so much anxiety, because how the hell are you going to find time to do that? Going back and fixing my past projects? Why? I don't have time to do that. I got other stuff to do. My plate's full already. So you're going to have to make some room on your plate. You're going to have to scooch those mashed potatoes over. The green beans, make a little spot right in between them. Some writing time. I had a job interview yesterday, first one in a long time. I think it went well. It did go well, even if you don't get the job. Even if you don't get the job, the interview still went well. That's the thing. That's the thing. The job market is terrible right now, and you've got plenty of well-qualified people giving great interviews who are still not getting the job because, you know, they either found somebody internally and they're just gonna shift some people around and then also save money on their payroll because they won't have to hire somebody new. They'll just transfer somebody from a different apartment and then double somebody else's workload in order to balance it. That's one of the reasons why the job market sucks. They're just trying to do more with less. But yeah, I wouldn't take it as a personal failure because there's only so much you can do. It's like, sure, you can show up early for the interview. You can have a great resume. You can have great qualifications. But, you know what? We actually found this person that will be able to get into the job and we won't have to pay them as much as we would have to pay you. So we're just going to go with them instead. But yeah, I wouldn't take it as a personal failing. It's actually a sign of a systemic failure because in a well-functioning society, I don't know who needs to hear this, but I'm actually going to bring the camera up right here. We're going to have a face-to-face moment. Okay? I don't know who needs to hear this, but in a well-functioning society, if you want to work, a well-paying job should be available for you. And it should be relatively simple to find that job. That is how a well-functioning society should work. But right now, we are in the middle of an AI overhaul, and corporations all over the place are trying to figure out, how can we replace these humans with robots? We don't have to give them healthcare. We don't have to give them maternity leave or paternity leave. We don't have to give them sick days. We can make them work 24/7, 365. Do you smell a UBI on the horizon? Because I do. I feel like that's the only way to make it work. To just at least give people enough to survive. If you're not going to give them the means to work for a living. Yeah, the whole idea that people don't want to work these days is a flat out lie because people actually like to feel productive, especially if they feel like they are being well compensated, that their employer cares about them, and that they don't have to sacrifice milestone moments in life in exchange for their labor. You shouldn't have to miss your children's graduation because you had to work. You shouldn't have to miss family events because you had to work. New Deal 2.0, I'm in. And I think UBI should be a part of that. New Deal 2.0, we want universal healthcare. We want free schooling. Because why the fuck would you shackle your best and brightest with crippling amounts of debt? That is the stupidest, most predatory thing. Well, there are stupider and more predatory things, but it's the most stupid and predatory thing that I'm talking about right now. It's the most stupid and predatory thing that's on my mind at the moment. Why would you shackle your best and brightest with crippling amounts of debt? That's such a formative part of their life. Why would you want people to not have access to education out of fear of being in debt for the rest of their life because of that education? It's stupid. Unless you consider that it's done intentionally and they want education to only be restricted to the people who can afford it. Which makes you wonder why it is that way, but I think it's pretty clear if you think about it. They want people uneducated so that they're more easily manipulated. Our society is sick. I don't know if you've noticed. You know, call me a communist. Call me a communist, but I have some criticisms of capitalism. I've been having difficulty negotiating the idea of just being with stagnation and death. To me, stagnating is like death. Even nature grows naturally or is constantly changing. True, but you know what nature also has, which is just as special? Moments of stillness. We are in danger of producing an educated proletariat. That's what I'm all about. I'm all about educating the proletariat, because I am a proletariat. I don't know if you know this about me, but I do a thing called Whatever I Want. Since day one. Found this shirt at Walmart. I'm like, oh hell yeah, that goes hard. I was there with Mike. Mike got a shirt with a big pit bull on it that says loyalty, and I got this one. Anyway, I got distracted. I've been having difficulty negotiating the idea of just being with stagnation and death. To me, stagnating is like death. Even nature grows naturally or is constantly changing. Something to consider is that one of the yoga poses, the Savasana, I think, I'm not sure, I'm sure I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. It's literally the corpse pose. Yoga is a meditative practice, right? One of the meditative poses is the Shavasana. The corpse pose. You literally just lay there flat and you just as if you were a corpse. Another thing that I've heard about meditation is that in some ways meditation is like practice for being dead. You're just empty and still. In this pose, you fully surrender to gravity, releasing tension and allowing your body to become still and at ease, which is an important part, even in nature. Moments of stillness are important, even in nature. You know, just as the world goes through different seasons, we have those moments of rebirth, we have those moments of abundance, we have those moments of de-escalation, and we have those moments of stillness. And part of living involves being at peace with the idea of dying. I grew up as a high achiever, and in the past year have challenged myself to, quote-unquote, just be, and quit/dropped out of a lot of things over the past year, partially almost as a way of proving to myself that I no longer need to achieve things or have worth/value. Oh, okay. What you're describing sounds to me like something that people commonly do when they decide they want to make change in their life. You know, I'm too far in this direction, and I need to balance myself back out. Sometimes what people will do is they'll notice that there's an imbalance, and they overcorrect. Like when you hit a slippery spot, when you're driving down the road in wintertime, you hit a little patch of ice, or, you know, you're driving down the road. One of the things you don't want to do when you're driving is overcorrect, because then you'll spin out. The same goes for us in real life. Whenever we feel like there need to be changes made, like, maybe I'm too uptight, so I'm going to try to be more chill. And then we overcorrect, and we are now the most chill person you've ever met, and I don't care about anything. Even though there are some things that I should care about. That would be very unchill of me to care about a thing. Like, no, there are some things in life that you should care about. There are certain things that you should have feelings about. You should have passions and drives and motivations. They're good things to have. It's a part of the ebb and flow. The up and the down. The action, the motion, and the stillness. The serenity. I also left/severed connections with some family and friends that I didn't feel were healthy for me. For months, I felt pretty peaceful and relieved to not be doing things for external validation/value, but more recently, when I spent days not doing much of anything outside of taking care of my home/myself, I feel like that's not enough and question how long I should be doing this for. I think you already know the answer. The way that I look at this, and this is something that a lot of people do in their life, this is actually very relatable, what you're describing. There's times in my life I relate to doing this type of thing, realizing that my motivations are in the wrong place, I need to do some housekeeping, I need to tidy up a little bit, I need to work on myself. It's like being a hermit. You move out into the country, you move up, you climb up a mountain, and you survive all on your own, focusing just on the things you want to focus on, working on yourself. What you come to find is that I miss people, even though that comes with complication. Even though inviting people into my life means inviting chaos into my life, you miss it. When it comes to distancing yourself from friends and family that aren't healthy for you, it's a good thing to take some time away so that you can work on setting those healthy boundaries. But what you might come to find is that after you've had some time away to work on yourself, you might be in a position to re-engage with those people. Because now you are more developed. You're more self-actualized. You're able to hold better boundaries with these people. Because who knows? Maybe you are one of the few people in that person's life that could help them get on the right track. So, it's not a bad idea to take some time away from people in your life that are only bringing you down. But I would say it's sometimes very helpful to reapproach with caution and to re-engage with those people. You don't have to cut people off forever. We don't have to burn that bridge completely. We could, when the moment feels right, come back together. Whenever I say that, I've had people historically chime in with, well, what about this example of the most terrible thing you could possibly imagine? Should I re-engage with that person? And my answer would be no. God, no. God, no. That's not what I mean. You know, if you're protecting yourself from abusers, I'd say you're well within your right to never talk to them ever again. I'm just talking about, like, maybe you had a falling out with a friend, and it's something that you've both been able to learn and grow from, and it wouldn't be a bad thing if you reconnected now that you're both a bit more mature. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. There are activities I still enjoy doing, and I just do them at home, but there's a part of me that feels I just can't keep doing this for the rest of my life. Ah, yep, because joy is at its best whenever it's shared with someone else. Just imagine a birthday. You have a big cake, you're the only one eating it. You go to the amusement park and you're just riding rides by yourself. Being with other people amplifies the joy that we experience in those moments. It helps to make those moments into lasting memories as well. How do you negotiate desire for and natural growth with feeling like things aren't enough, or the desire to just be with stagnation/death? What I would say is that if we look to nature as a guide in this, which I find to be helpful because we are a creature of nature, and so we abide by some of the same patterns. In nature, there are moments of abundance, there are moments of growth, there are moments that are exciting and almost explosive in nature. And then there are moments of decline and there are moments of stillness. And that's okay. That's part of a normal life, is to have those ups and downs. You know, there are some decades where weeks happen, and there are some weeks where decades happen. That's how they talk about politics. So what I would say is, if you're worried that things aren't enough, at least come to peace with the fact that you are enough as you are. But hey, maybe you could be even more if you wanted to. Does it make sense that these feelings manifest from anxiety? I'm not saying that you have like an anxiety disorder or something. What I'm saying is that these feelings of like, I need to keep going, I need to do more, I need to get up, I need to keep moving, I can't be still, they are generated within your brain in the same region that anxiety is generated. That feeling of like, I gotta get up, I gotta get moving, I gotta go find food, I gotta make sure that everything is safe and secure and taken care of. Put the monkey to bed. That's the way I look at it. That part of our brain is in it's a very primitive part of our brain. It's in that monkey brain region of our brain. And so I like to look at it as, I gotta put the monkey to bed. You can also give the monkey a job. The monkey likes to have a job. Just tell the monkey to monitor your breathing. Just watch the breathing, monkey. Okay. I will. Give him a banana for doing a good job. What's your relationship with this man? Don't accuse me of ever having a relationship with a man. I would never. Oh, this guy? Oh, I know this guy. I posted this on the Discord a while ago. This guy and I, we're similar flavors of weird. Condition Blade, thank you for the raid. came in at a really weird time. Cat, what? Thank you for the 5 gift subs. You know, this guy and I, we do have similar vibes. I gotta admit. That's my brother from another mother. Where's my pet pig? That's Atticus. My pet pig? Right here. Lay it down. The dog bed. He's right there. My oinker. Uh-oh. I've got somebody climbing up on my lap. Uh-oh. Here comes trouble. Little Miss is here. A little gremlin. Oh. You got us started off on a hype train. You got us on a hype train. Little Miss is here, and she demands pets. You ever have a cat that will demand that you pet them? That's Little Miss. She likes it kind of firm, too. She likes a firm pet. She likes it when you really get in there. And if you stop before she's done, she grabs you with her claw. Is that enough? Good. She likes a firm pet. She likes it. Look at her, little freak. Lay on my desk. Have you received enough pets? Do you find those pets to be satisfactory? miss? She wasn't done. She likes it when you do like this. Like that. She likes it when you do the cheeseburger. That's what I call this. I call this the cheeseburger. Little Miss loves the cheeseburger. Not all the cats like it, but it's her favorite. Beaver, he likes to give kisses. He's a very kissy cat. Cindra's very cuddly. She's the cuddliest of the cats. Cindra's the one where you'll like wake up in the middle of the night and she'll just be sleeping next to you. Like, when did you get here? That's Cindra. And then you got Little Miss. She's very princess coded. She's got that little princess energy. She can be a little bit of a gremlin. Like, she's the one who will like hide behind a chair, and then when you walk by, she'll like jump out at you and go like, you know what I mean? That's what she'll do. Whenever you're trying to find her, you can tell that she's watching you. Like, when you're hunting her, she's hunting for you as well. You're not done? You want some more? Got the tail done? Leave that alone. She's a sweet little kitty. Chat, we hit our sub goal. Let's go. Little Miss. Know that you don't own a cat, they own you. I look at it as it's like you got a roommate. You know, cats can be very independent. Little Miss says it's time to wrap up. She's ready for dinner. You ready for dinner, Little Miss? Mm-hmm. Are you done? Let's see if she's done. Oh, she said more. What are you doing? Hold you. She said that will be enough. She said that will be enough. Feel free to admire me from a distance. Okay. Sure, little miss. Sure, sure, sure. Right, we got another question in the box. Let's go ahead and take that, and then I think we'll wrap up for the day, because I'm going to go make some dinner. So let's take a look. Excuse me, I gotta get my keyboard. I've been struggling lately with intimacy with my partner. Things were really just hitting a brick wall, with both of us caught in a cycle of huge self-pressure trying to make the other happy. Ah. Sorry, she got some of her hair. I got a face full of cat hair. Like, ooh, my nose tingles now. Hold on, I'm gonna start over. I got distracted with the cat nose. I'd been struggling lately with intimacy with my partner. Things were really just hitting a brick wall, with both of us caught in a cycle of huge self-pressure trying to make the other happy. I remembered some of your advice, talked it out, and tried a different tact, saying no whenever it felt like we were in the wrong place at that time. It's been going much better. Not really a question as much as thanks. Well, I'll be. We did the thing. Communication is everything when it comes to intimacy. You gotta remember what it is you're there for. You're not just there because it feels good for you. You're there because you want them to feel good too. Intimacy is about being able to make a priority of one another's pleasures. I think that's an important aspect of it. Gotta make sure that everybody involved has fun. And if one person is feeling uncomfortable or pressured, that's not fun. That's not fun. You know, I think what can happen sometimes with, you know, you were describing this like cycle of self-pressure. It's like we're in a situation where we're trying too hard. We're trying too hard. We're trying to force it, trying to make things as we think that they need to be, instead of just going with the flow. Taking it at a pace that feels comfortable. Doing it when it feels right. Instead of feeling like you gotta do it even when you don't want to do it. I think that's a really important part of what makes intimacy long-lasting. Because if you're in a committed relationship with somebody, it's going to be really important that we find a way to make our intimacy last in the long run. And what you'll find is that there's always going to be, you know, new things to try. There's always going to be a refinement of the technique as you continue to grow in compatibility. This is why I don't get why so many people are obsessed with like body counts and stuff. It's because like the most fun you'll ever have with somebody else is with somebody who knows you well, somebody that you love deeply. Like that's on a whole other level. rather than just somebody you barely know. But you know, if that's your thing, that's fine. Whatever. I'm not here to talk shit today. Alright, everybody. Any last thoughts or questions before we wrap up? We had some good discussion today. We talked about the state of the mental health care industry. We talked about diagnoses. We talked about bipolar disorder. Realizing now I don't have a presentation on bipolar disorder. Interesting. We never actually did a presentation on just bipolar disorder. Interesting. Maybe we'll do that sometime if people are interested in learning more about it. What do you think, miss? What do you think? Don't look at me, look at them. Miss, they want to see you. You're just showing them the back of your head. Look at them. Over there. Turn around. Right here. Give me that hand. You hungry? She's hungry. Alright, I'm gonna go make some dinner. I'm gonna go feed this kitty. Hope you'll have a good day. Hope y'all had fun. Chat, did you have fun? If you had fun, type 6, 7 in the chat. Wish you could hear her purrs. They're so cute. Miss, you're too cute. This cat is too cute. It should be illegal. Illegally cute. Alright, everybody. Have a great night. I'll see you all later. Have a good one. Until next time. Bye-bye. Forget to check us out in the Discord if you're not in the Discord already.